Afternoon and welcome to the Arlington County Board work session for this afternoon on redistricting and ranked choice voting. Pleased to have with us all board members as well as Gretchen, Ms. Reinmeyer, for a presentation. We're going to get some slides and then we'll have some questions. The purpose of today is on redistricting is mostly informative so that we understand the big picture of the process. There will be some links to where residents can get information on this. And then on ranked choice voting, it's similar. It's so that we can all get educated, learn more about this authority, relatively new authority that we have through legislation passed and passed for in Richmond. So with that, we'll go to Ms. Reinmeyer for redistricting slides. It's on the front, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for having me here today. Also present today, we have Matt Weinstein, the chair of the Electoral Board, to help answer any questions for you today. Let's see. So I wanted to start with just a brief overview of redistricting and explain a little bit about what it is. So this is the process of drawing new election district boundaries to ensure each district has similar population sizes. This is done every 10 years following the census, and release of census data was delayed this year due to the pandemic, which has pushed back the redistricting process by approximately 11 months. Election districts are the geographic political areas created for the purpose of representation and running an election. Arlington has 3 types of election districts impacted by redistricting. These are the U.S. House of Representatives, Virginia Senate, and Virginia House of Delegates. Local offices, such as the county and school board, are not impacted by redistricting since they are both elected at large in Arlington. Arlington currently has 1 congressional district. We're all in the 8th congressional district. We have 3 Senate districts and 4 House of Delegates districts. Virginia's Redistricting Commission has been charged with creating new boundaries for these 3 types of impacted districts. If you're following local news, you might have heard about redistricting being done at the local level and some of our neighbors, both in Alexandria and Fairfax, and that is because they do have local districts at the local level. Once redistricting has been completed, the Arlington County Board is responsible for ensuring that each precinct is wholly contained in a single set of election districts that will be provided to us later this year. The process in Virginia this year is completely new and unlike any of the processes previously used in Virginia. In the 2020 election, Virginians voted to establish a redistricting commission to draw the new boundary lines for us. This commission consists of 16 members. These are 8 legislators and 8 citizens. And the commission has a very tight deadline to complete their work. Once they received the census data, the commission had 45 days to propose House and Senate districts to the General Assembly, and they have another 15 days to propose congressional maps to the General Assembly. The deadlines are coming up next week. As you can see, the first set of maps are due October 10th, which is this Sunday. Maps must be voted on by a supermajority at the commission level. Once approved, they are sent to the General Assembly. The General Assembly cannot make any changes to these maps. They can simply vote yay or nay using a simple majority to approve the maps. If the maps are not approved on their first pass, the Redistricting Commission will have a second opportunity to submit maps. And then if they fail a second time at the General Assembly, they will be sent to the Supreme Court to draw lines. This could take anywhere from 2 to 5 months. So we're anticipating maps sometime in November or December, but it really is anyone's best guess at this point in time. The commission has outlined a few things to consider when drawing maps. These include population equity, equality, voting rights, and communities of interest. They have also included locality boundaries, so the boundaries of Arlington County as a community of interest, And the commission did adopt neutrality rules back in August, which stated that they will not consider where incumbents live when looking at maps, and they will not look at political data when discussing proposed maps. The community of interest is important to note, and I'll come back to that a little bit later. So there are more than 40 maps that have been proposed, and there is a link here. So if you go to the virginiaredistricting.org website, you can go through all of those maps, and the public can make comments on these maps. So if anybody is interested in this, I do recommend checking out that website. Since there are so many different proposed maps, it's hard to know what exactly is going to happen, but there do seem to be some consistencies between the maps proposed and what they do to Arlington. So it does appear most of the maps have Arlington being reduced to 3 House districts and 2 Senate districts. The 48th House district, which up there is the 5th House district, would be contained wholly in Arlington. Right now, it includes parts of McLean. And then the 49th House District, which is the District 3 up there, its section of Fairfax County would be reduced, and it would take over the portions of Arlington County that are currently in the 45th House of Delegates District. As for the Senate districts, most of the maps do have have kind of an Arlington Senate district being proposed, which I thought was interesting. So most of Arlington would be contained in a single Senate district with most of the proposals. So as stated in this process, there are a lot of opportunities for public engagement, and the chance to engage in this process is right now. Because like I said, the maps are due October 10th. So the public can comment on a map. They can speak at a public hearing. Those public hearings started yesterday, and they are being held all over Virginia. They can speak at a commission meeting. They can propose a community interest, and they can propose a map if they wanted to. At this point, I'd like to just discuss communities of interest a little bit. This is defined as a neighborhood or any geographically defined group of people living in an area who share similar social, cultural, and economic interest. And one of the issues that we ran into in Arlington during the 2011 redistricting process is that there was a neighborhood in Arlington that was divided between 2 House of Delegates districts. This neighborhood at the time was very upset that they were represented with 2 House of Delegates districts. So if this neighborhood was interested in being identified as a community of interest, and this is something I would imagine any neighborhood association in Arlington could do, they could appeal to the commission to be considered a community of interest. So they wouldn't be split between 2 House of Delegate districts. So once the boundaries are set, the county board is charged with reconciling any split precincts that are created by these new districts. So there was a new code section introduced 2 years ago that requires all precincts contain a single set of election districts and they not be divided between 2 districts. Let's see. And the county board will have to amend their precinct ordinance starting in that November-December timeframe. We'll have to look at the ordinance that describes the precinct boundaries and put forward any changes to reconcile any split precincts. When we're creating precincts, we have to look at a few other things. We cannot create a precinct that has more than 5,000 voters. It cannot have fewer than 100 voters when established. That shouldn't be a problem in Arlington, but and any changes have to be adopted 60 days before the general election. Okay. Also new this year is the introduction of the Virginia Voting Rights Act. This law has classified relocating a polling place as a covered practice, and that requires certain public notice requirements in place. And I think it's important just to kind of look at this timeline a little bit because it does extend the timeline quite a bit from that general election. So anytime we want to move a polling location, we have to open up a public comment period for 30 days. You have to hold a public hearing during that 30-day period, and then you'll have to publish any final notice changes 30 days before the change will take effect. When you factor in that no changes can be done 60 days before a general election, that pushes the timeline to change a polling place to be 135 days, which puts us at the third Saturday in June. So any polling location changes done prior to and early voting sites, any of that would be done for that November election needs to be started in May or June of that year. Does that make sense? Yep. So looking back, let's see. If we look back to 2001, 9 precincts had boundary changes following redistricting, and 2 precincts were created. The precincts that were created were to account for population growth at the time. Okay, and let's see, in 2011, we created 5 precincts had boundary changes. We created 1 precinct, and that was to cure a split precinct down in the Pentagon City area. We were unable to cure 1 split precinct, so we still are operating with 1 split precinct here in Arlington. And then in those time periods, you can see we added 7 precincts between 2001 and 2011 to account for population growth. Over the last 10 years, we've only added 2 precincts actually. So we are a little bit behind in adding precincts, but that is something we hope to address coming up. So what we are looking for today is if there is any guidance that the county board would like to offer when we look at this re-precincting process. Some of the things that we might be looking at historically, what we've looked at is to move as few voters as possible. That has been our guiding principle. So cure the splits with moving as few voters as possible. So other things that the county board might want to look at is precinct size. Do we want to plan for growth over the next 10 years? Do we want to leverage any existing site plan conditions to create a polling place? We can add early voting sites to reduce lines on election day. We can factor walkability into a precinct. And then one of the things I've discussed with the county attorney is to generalize precinct names and facilities. So as you guys are aware, streets and schools change name pretty regularly here in Arlington County right now. And so just since this is a laborious administrative process, there might be a way to identify something, just say the school located at this address rather than naming the school, so that we don't have to go through and submit changes every time there's just an administrative fix like that. So. Okay, so I did ask our planning department to pull together a few maps for me, and Elizabeth and Emily were great. So what they have done is they've created this map that shows the number of active voters by precinct currently in Arlington County. So we are going into this election with, let me see, we have 10 precincts in red have 3,500 or more voters, and there is 1 precinct that actually has over 5,000 voters. It has 53,000 voters, or 5,300 voters. That is Innovation School located up the street. And that precinct has been a concern for ours for several years. We actually had hoped to split the precinct when the county completed renovations on the Homeless Services Center, but we were unable to do that with the renovation that was planned. So that is something we've wanted to fix for a while, but we just don't have a public building in that area to add a precinct. So, and I will say it's alleviated, the long lines on election day are alleviated because they are so close to the early voting site here, so it does balance itself out. If we look forward to where we'll be in 2030, we have 17 precincts are now red, so they have 3,500 or more voters, and we actually have 2 that have crossed over to that 5,000 point. That is both here and then the precinct that includes the Roslyn area. And there are a lot of ways to address this. I know Matt's had some ideas about things that can be done during the planning process when those site plan conditions go in place for polling places. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I actually might have a couple of questions. Mr. Weinstein, did you have a presentation or any comments you wanted to add?
Sorry.
That's all right. No, I think the presentation was great. I would just say that, you know, our department is not an island. We operate a little bit differently, but we obviously rely on county resources and county staff, both in coming up with the precincts and finding new polling locations, things like that. So I just encourage continued cooperation with planning staff and all of that. So I think Gretchen's presentation was wonderful, and happy to take any questions you might have.
Sure. So I didn't anticipate having too many. I have one or two, and certainly open the mic afterwards. Or as people have questions, go for them. I'll just start with one, and then I'll go to you, Ms. Crystal, seeing your mic. So the question I had one question is on the timeline of redistricting. I've been following it in the news, but I think this is slide 4 or so that's describing this. The maps are due October 10th, and then the commission votes, but there are a series of votes that occur over the next month, but a final vote might be likely to occur in November and not in October. Is that because the assembly will vote in 15 days? Are there some time spaces where the commission votes? Can you describe that process a little bit?
Yeah, so it is a little vague, or what I've been able to understand is, so the first set of maps are due this Sunday, and then the General Assembly has to hold a vote within 15 days. So if they vote yes, then we'll have new maps. If they vote no, then it goes back to the commission. I've read that the commission has 30 days to come up with new maps at that point, which I'll assume the General Assembly would then have, again, 15 days to vote yea or nay on those maps. So.
Got it. And the supermajority occurs at the commission level?
At the commission level, it's simple majority at the General Assembly level.
Got it. Okay. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you. Thank you for this excellent presentation. This is such an administrative question, but I just want to make sure I'm tracking. So you had shared with us the provisions of the Virginia Voting Rights Act, which apply to relocating a polling place. I know you'd also shared that we may have some opportunity to generalize precinct names and facilities, which I know generally requires public comment. So to be clear, while we are engaged in the public feedback for curing split precincts during that 60-day period, those other things can be done as part of that comment, or we need to move them on a separate track?
So what's happened in the past is we've kind of lumped all the changes together, and each one of these changes anyone can comment on.
Okay.
So, but we have included just the administrative name changes as well as the boundary changes or facility name changes.
Okay, got it. And I think for purposes of transparency and participation, that makes a ton of sense too. People have a kind of a one-stop shop to comment. Yeah, I think this is really helpful and quite very straightforward. I think I know a lot of our colleagues in Fairfax, Loudoun, and Prince William are dealing with this with their own districts right now, and I feel rather grateful that our guiding principle can be transparency and administrative orderliness, which sounds like I know you described, trying to cure split precincts with moving as few voters as possible. That would be my instinct on the right way forward. And to the extent we can bring in some of these other factors in your decision making of what you recommend to us, I think that would be a healthy and positive thing. But certainly the guiding principle of disrupting where people vote as little as possible seems like the best way forward to ensure that people participate as fully as possible.
Great, thank you. And you captured the big picture of the difference between our process in Fairfax and Prince William's very well. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Reinemeyer. This was a really good, very good presentation. And it's amazing to see how this whole discussion is percolating and, actually, beginning to become real for us. So we will definitely have new districts or a new, we have to adapt. First of all, we'll have a completely, apparently, I don't think that a lot will change in the senatorial part. So,
we don't know, but yes.
And we are also looking at one less representative probably in the House. So it has also political consequences, etc. But I'm after something else. How should we prepare to inform voters about these changes? They are not minimal. They are not just adjustments. They are bigger. So what resources should we be prepared to invest in this?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. So one of the things we're required to do is every time there is a change to a precinct, to a voter's kind of record, we do mail them notification, letting them know that they have been put into a different district or their polling location has moved. So we obviously can adjust that mailing so that it's not just the voter card that they get. We can always add more information into that, explaining a little bit about the redistricting process if we wanted to do that. There are opportunities when we go to notify voters. So.
Thank you. Go ahead.
No, that is important. I do think that we have to pay a lot of attention, because the moment that the maps are coming out, we will need to probably up the game a little bit and even do a little bit more to inform people on this.
Thank you. So the question is, once the maps are final, that's the challenge, is that when they will be final is still, there's
I think, if I may, I think we want to avoid inserting ourselves as the communication agent during these sausage-making process while they're draft maps.
After the maps are final.
Are finalized.
And Ms. Reinemeyer already, introduced the idea of testifying. I mean, if people have noticed, there is a map there where residents from East Falls Church would vote the same representative like residents in Potomac Yards, which is not really intuitive.
Sure.
So maybe somebody has something to say about that.
Sure. So I think you've sort of helped reference and lift up that there is a lot of coverage of this. I would say that there's, because the county board is elected county-wide, we are less in the midst of this, and we know our delegates and senators are watching this on a day-to-day and moment-to-moment basis. So I'm glad you raised the question. And I open to other colleagues. I do have a couple more questions before we wrap on this. My impression, based on the timeline, is with the 60 days, and I'm trying to figure out which slide that would be. I think it is.
So the precinct ordinance, reviewing that?
Yes.
Yes, so that is, I don't have slide numbers, I apologize. Page 10?
Yeah, so with 135, and it's posted up there so folks can see, there's going to be a lot of work between December or so that you're going to do in consultation with the electoral board, but also keeping in mind Matt's point that there are resources that you would need, but we're talking sort of December or so through to April. There's a ton of work that you're going to be doing. Is that?
Yes, ideally, while there is no legislative, I don't know that there is a legislative requirement that the precincts have to be finalized by the primary. If we did want them finalized by the primary, we would certainly want to have that done by April, May. So.
Got it.
May at the very latest.
Got it.
As the election's in June, so.
And to your last maps, there's still to be determined on how strict the 5,000 voter and whether we would need additional
So the
precinct?
the way the law is written is it cannot have more than 5,000 voters when it is created. So this precinct has obviously grown to expand 5,000, but there is no legal requirement to reduce it. It's just best practices. It is one of the largest precincts in the Commonwealth, so.
So that's something you'd still want to look at after the election. Yes, Ms. Garvey?
Yeah, a question just occurred to me, because obviously the size of the precinct, that follows the lines and how long the
Yes,
lines are.
exactly.
So do we, and of course, that can vary for a lot of other different reasons. So do we keep track of kind of the average wait time that a voter, I think we do. Do we have it per precinct by precinct?
Yeah, we don't have the average wait time. We do know how many voters are moving through precinct by hour. That is data that we have for the past couple of years.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's helpful, although, yeah, that might not
I
quite
mean,
get at the issue of
precinct
wait time.
size, there are lots of ways to control for lines and precinct size. And essentially what we do for this precinct is we send them double the equipment that everyone else would get. So,
yeah.
and we adjust the number of check-in stations for voters and the number of scanners that we give. So whereas everyone else might be getting 3 or 4 check-in devices, they'll get 6 or 8, depending on what we anticipate turnout for that election will be.
Thank you,
So-
that's helpful. And then just
Yeah.
for my sort of thought process, he's watching what's happening on the national scale. Is that some sort of standard? I assume we don't want to have people waiting, but from what I read in other parts of the country, sometimes that doesn't seem to be a deal, and sometimes they don't mind having people wait for an incredibly. So there's no standard nationally right now about that? Is that the case?
What came out of there was a commission following the 2012 election, and the recommendation at that point in time was 30 minutes. So 30 minutes was the acceptable time for a voter to wait in line to cast their ballot.
Okay, all right, and then no kind of follow-up on how people are
And I
doing
will
on that.
say, we have not had issues with lines since 2012,
No.
to the best of my knowledge.
No, we've done a great job here, thank you. I
Yeah.
just sort of, this whole issue kind of, I realize it kind of dovetails with what we're doing, but obviously we don't
Yeah,
have.
but that is the concern with precinct size. It really is. We don't want long lines, because obviously that can deter voters in the area.
Exactly. Thank you, yeah.
And your point about early voting, not there being no need for an excuse anymore under Virginia law is, I think, an important one. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. So I just wanted to continue on that train of thought. Is there another way that we can think about planning for growth beyond precinct size, since you've solved the issue?
So there are, obviously, so in my opinion, we need to make advantage of the public buildings that we do have. So we've had two public buildings recently, both Lubber Run and the Aquatic Center. I would love to have polling locations in both of those, either moving an existing location or creating another precinct. But there are ways, so precinct size, if precinct size really is about lines, if you add an early voting site in an area where you can't get as many precincts as you might want, then that can help reduce lines on election day. So there are options in that. So if we can't get a polling location, and getting polling locations is very difficult, especially along the metro corridors. If we can't get a polling location, then there might be another option of adding an early voting location in that area. So.
And similarly, are we doing any assessments throughout the entirety of our precincts to determine, which are no longer well suited to our needs? I know that from time to time, especially with the non-public buildings, we go through issues. Where do we stand right now?
In terms of polling the facilities?
Yeah, I mean, are we having good relationships with the non?
Every election is unique. That is, I would be interested in pursuing some kind of memorandums of understanding or some kind of contractual agreements with private facilities, just so that we are covered from the basis of they have to honor their commitment to hold an election there. So
You're still experiencing issues where it's not open, people are not reachable.
The last year has been a challenge because a lot of facilities have not been open. So I don't know that our experience over the last 18 months is of challenges that are currently being.
Well, thank you. So that's very helpful, certainly as appropriate. If there are resources I know you continue to work with Ms. Cowan and the county manager if you need those resources with respect to the memorandums of understanding. So now we'll turn to ranked choice voting, which I know you've been doing, and there's several of us who have a lot of interest in this topic, and this has been much discussed in the community as well. So the purpose of our discussion today is to start to bring into the public light some of the education that we think is important for the community as a whole and for us as we consider this over the coming months and years.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So once again, just to start very broadly, so ranked choice voting, it's also called instant runoff voting, is simply a voting system where voters use a ranked ballot to rank their choices of candidates in their preference rather than selecting a single or a limited number of candidates. So if your first choice, if a voter's first choice cannot win the election, then their vote would count towards their second choice. So how this works, it's a pretty straightforward process for the voter. So the voter just has a ballot listing the candidates, and then they fill in ovals next to the candidates for their first choice, second choice, and third choice. When we get to the more complicated piece, that's when we start tabulating votes. So votes are tabulated in rounds. So when we look at the first choice, we would go, when we are in that first round, the candidate that has the fewest number of votes is eliminated from the race. the ballots cast for that candidate are re-examined, and their second choice indicated on that ballot is then transferred to their second choice candidate. Does that make sense? And you just go through the rounds until one candidate has 51% of the votes. I know sometimes it's confusing when we talk to the public. There are lots of different interpretations on what ranked choice voting was. So they thought they were assigning a proportion of their vote to a candidate. So there is very wide variation of understanding for what exactly ranked choice voting is. So our office hosted a mock election in August to test ranked choice voting and to get a sense of where the community was and both their support of it and an idea of what ballots would look like or could look like. During this mock election, we asked the voters in Arlington to select their favorite farmers market, and they had to rank 3 of 9 choices of farmers markets. During this mock election, 62 ballots were cast, and during round 1, 2 candidates were eliminated immediately, having received only 1 vote. The vote was then transferred, and we went through this process we actually went through 9 rounds before we had our favorite farmers market, which was Courthouse. No surprises there, seeing as it was the top slot on the ballot. So I know that there's been a lot of questions about how this would work. As voters are aware, every 4th year we have the option in Arlington County for the county board where they vote for 2 rather than just 1 candidate. So from the voter's perspective, the ballot will remain the same. The only thing that changes on that ballot are the instructions in the office. So rather than saying 1 candidate will be elected, it'll inform the voters that 2 candidates will be elected in this office. The votes are then allocated using something called the inclusive Gregory method of reallocation, which is a % of the vote will be applied to the next choice. And I could spend all day trying to explain this, but I would actually like to show you a video from Minneapolis Public Radio where they explain this process. And what I have seen is the clearest way to do this. Okay. It looks like my volume has stopped. And they told me what to do, so just bear with me. I apologize for the technical trouble.
No problem.
Vote for your favorite colors.
The instant runoff way.
Now with fractions. We already showed you how instant runoff elections work when there's only 1 winner.
But when there's more than 1 winner, it's a little more complicated.
We have 5 colors to choose from, and we're going to end up with 3 winners.
To start, each voter chooses a favorite color, a second choice, and a third.
All right, purple is my first choice, yellow comes in second, and I'll put blue in third place.
Now we need a scoreboard. There were 36 votes cast. There will be 3 winners.
In order for a color to win, it needs more than a quarter of the vote. That's because if a color gets that much, then it's mathematically impossible for it to lose.
36 divided by 4 is 9, and we need just over that.
So plus 1 is 10.
10 votes is the finish line.
Make it there, and you're one of the 3 winners.
So let's count the votes.
No one's reached the finish line yet. That means it's time for round 2.
And orange got the fewest votes, so it's out.
Everyone who voted for orange first now gets their second choice.
Purple reached the finish line.
In fact, purple has more votes than it needs.
That means each purple voter can take back a fraction of their vote and still leave purple with enough to win.
Under instant runoff rules, that's exactly what they get to do.
Purple has 2 votes to spare.
And that gets divided among the 12 purple voters.
So each of them gets 1/6 of their vote back.
And that little piece will go to their next choice.
Now blue has reached the finish line.
No votes to spare,
So no more fractions. Green is in last place. You know the drill.
Most of these votes are for colors that have already won or are already out.
We call those ballots exhausted.
Yellow didn't quite make it to the finish line, but there's no one else left.
So we have our 3 winners.
The instant runoff way.
So I think we may have questions, but
Pick your favorite color
Fine. Sorry.
The ranked choice voting way.
instead of voting for just one.
yeah, no, there are a few other videos or there are a few other,
No slides.
that's what I
It's fine.
thought.
We
Yeah.
can, we can
No, let's go through those first.
Just a few. So one of the questions that we get asked a lot is, where is ranked choice voting used? It is used in the United States in quite a few places. San Francisco's used it for decades. Minneapolis has used it for quite a while. Cambridge, Massachusetts. New York City has just rolled it out over the last year. And so from where it's been interesting to watch their rollout and to see what's worked and what hasn't worked. Maine uses it statewide, and they have so for 2 or 3 years now, and Australia uses it nationally. So when we first started talking about ranked choice voting and at our electoral board meetings earlier this year, we had outlined quite a few steps that needed to be taken, including we had a draft ballot standards, or how would this office appear on the ballot, and any tabulation rules to explain how we're going to tabulate offices. I'm happy to report that the State Board of Election does have proposed regulations that they have drafted. They are still in proposed form, but my hope is that the State Board will be adopting those in time for us to be able to use ranked choice voting next year, if that should be the county's choice. Some other just considerations that we need to look for as a county is that this only applies to the county board office. It does not apply to school board, and that's in the code. It can be applied to either a primary election or a general election, so it can be passed for either a primary, a general, or both. My office has identified a potential conflict in Virginia code that discusses that the winner of a primary must be determined by a plurality. And this is in direct, the common definition of a plurality is in direct conflict with ranked choice voting. So that might be something that is included in the legislative package to amend for the General Assembly next year. And I know that the lawyers have opinions on how much of a conflict this might actually be. For us, we want voters, candidates, and everyone to have confidence in the election, so we don't like conflicts to appear. Another consideration is that in general elections, when we have questions on the ballot, this will result in 3 pages of ballots. So I should say 2 pages, one front and back, and then a third page one-sided. And the reason that is also is because the Virginia Code talks about the order of offices on a ballot, and any questions have to appear after the candidates, and the state board's regulations that are proposed, they require the ranked choice voting office to be on a page on its own page, so that the instructions at the top of the ballot provided to the voter can be clear, that the voter understands that they're voting in a ranked choice voting office. So once again, that could be something that it may be a problem, it might not be a problem. I'm just letting you know that obviously if we have to print more ballot pages, that has a fiscal impact. It'll double the cost of ballots that we have to print for every election. Also, one of the limitations that we have here in Arlington is our voting equipment only allows you to rank up to 3 candidates. This does not limit the number of candidates that can be on the ballot, and it does not limit the number of rounds that you can go through. You will always have a winner at the end of the process. It's just the geography on the sheet of paper. Our machines only allow you to rank 3 candidates. If the county board wanted to have us rank more than 3 candidates, there are systems certified for use in Virginia that do give you options to rank up to 5, 10, or 24. But that would mean requiring that would mean purchasing an entire new voting system, which would cost around $2 million, and the funds for that would probably come out of the CIP technology funds. And then just to give you an idea of, we do schedule about 10 years for our voting systems. These were purchased in 2015, so we'd be looking at replacing them in 2025. So it would escalate the purchase of that equipment by a few years. The other consideration that we'll want to make sure that we're looking at moving forward, if Arlington County decides this, but the draft regulations proposed by the state require that the results be reported on the Department of Elections website. The way that we report results now is through an election management system that is in the process of being replaced. The new system will accommodate ranked choice voting, but it will not be in place until July 1st of next year. The current system will not support ranked choice voting, and it is too costly for everyone in the state. Universally agrees that we cannot repair the system to make it accommodate ranked choice voting. So there might need to be a negotiation with the Department of Elections and the State Board of Elections on how we would report results if we move forward with this in the primary next year, because that would be prior to this new election management system coming online. I would say my interpretation of the regulations is that the requirement is that the results have to be reported on a website. There are lots of ways to do that. It doesn't specify that we have to use the election management system that the state has in place. So. And then, so the final steps for Arlington County, the Arlington County Board would need to draft, introduce, and pass a local ordinance specifying that ranked choice voting was their nomination selection method for the Office of County Board. And then also part of those draft regulations at the state is that we would need to develop an education and outreach plan to inform voters on this new voting process. So those would be the next steps here in Arlington. Anything else to add, Matt? Sorry.
No, it's okay. Mr. Weinstein.
Sure. I thought that was a great presentation, Gretchen, again. The big thing for me, I think, is voter education. We are fortunate that this has been socialized to a degree in Arlington because the Arlington County Democratic Committee has been doing this for nominations for the school board for years, and then the county board last year. But it's going to be a heavy lift because this is going to be a new way of voting for a lot of voters in the county. So we will obviously be working with you on the best way to do that. But it will be a heavy lift and it will require some normalization in the county. The only other thing I would add is, there are some technological hurdles, of course, but that's not a surprise. And the Department of Elections guidance and regulations have not been finalized. I suspect if the county board did something or if another locality passed an ordinance, that would probably speed along the adoption process. But right now, there's no final regulation. But we'll be happy to implement whatever you all decide to do or not do.
Thank you, Mr. Weinstein. So I know that we'll have questions. I have a few, but I guess one that stands out to me, I just want to make sure I understand this. We could do this in the primary. Mm-hmm. We could also do it in the general election. Mm-hmm. But I don't believe that we can require that it's done for all candidates in the general election. So, for example, we don't have an ability to prevent a primary from occurring. Is that right?
So the decision to hold a primary is up to the parties. That is the decision that the local parties, both Republican and Democratic parties, make each year. They would file the paperwork with the Department of Elections, choosing, identifying how they would like to select their nominees that year. So their options are holding, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a firehouse primary caucus or holding a primary, or they can run their own nomination process.
So some of the community have raised the question, could we just say you can't do a primary and go straight to the general? And I think, I don't think that that's my recollection of election laws, that's not legal. But I think Mr. Weinstein, and we can certainly ask our acting county attorney.
Yeah, no, my understanding is the state code gives parties the right to choose the method of nomination. Whether they do so is up to them. Really, it's the parties decide whether they want to nominate someone or not.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Weinstein. I'm seeing a nod from our acting county attorney, and I don't see big additions in her head nod. So I wanted to surface that just so we understand. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll have other questions, but I thought I would start with New York City. You said that they just instituted it and you've been watching it with interest, what's gone well and what hasn't. Could you elaborate what's gone well and what hasn't and what lessons are?
Yeah, so New York, the first election they had was a special election held in Queens very early in the year. So during that time, the papers have been publishing kind of what's been going on. And one of the things I learned during that election was that over the past year and a half, basically the state hadn't certified a tabulation software that the city could use, so they were left with having to count ballots by hand.
Ooh.
And so one of my takeaways from this example was, well, we need to be working with the state to make sure that we're not getting in front of what they're able to do. And so that is something that we've been working with some of the delegates that have been putting forth ranked choice. I know Katie was on a meeting recently or a couple months ago with the state, so that we're making sure that we're not moving ahead of them and that they're able to implement this during our time frame if we want it to go forward. So.
Thank you. And with that, was there some, because this is fairly complex and not what people are used to,
Yes.
and you're doing it by hand.
We would not be doing it by hand.
Okay,
We
and they-
have
yeah, they
our
do it by machines, yeah.
Our machines can do all of the math for us.
Which leads, and I'll go ahead, and then I will yield the floor, because the other concern I have, which seems to be kind of working out, so is that because all those reasons, people they're not used to it, it's going to be hard to understand, and there's all this distrust being sown about our elections right now. So I'm a
Well-
little worried about feeding into, how do we make sure that we continue confidence that this has worked out the way it should?
Yeah, so the public education campaign that goes along with ranked choice is absolutely crucial. I am comforted by the fact of being an Arlington resident that we have had great success in our community-based education, our outreach programs, both with the census and also with the complete vaccination committee. We do have a model in place to reach out to some of the harder to reach communities in Arlington County to educate them on this process. And while the tabulation piece seems complicated to understand, when you put Post-it notes on a bulletin board, it is something that is, in my opinion, it's simple enough that that anyone should be able to see. When you can see the ballots going and how they're being reallocated, it really does demystify the process of how tabulation is occurring.
Yeah, no, that helped a lot, although I'm still not super comfortable with the slicing 1/6 and figuring that fractions part.
Yeah.
But the rest is really pretty clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Ms. Crystal.
I actually think Mr. Dorsey was first.
Thank you.
So I actually wanted to go with tabulation. So are those the tabulation methods, or is that already been decided that it's going to be the Gregory method for 2? And what's been decided for 1?
So that's a good question. The tabulation, the way the code is written, and the county attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but the way the code is written is that the tabulation rules needed to be drafted by the State Board of Elections and adopted by the State Board of Elections. So those are the regulations that are still currently proposed, and what the State Board has proposed is using this inclusive Gregory method for tabulation of multi-seat offices.
But what about for just one-seat offices? Is it unknown how they're?
No. It's they're covered in the regulations as well, and it's just the simple of single transferable vote. So.
And as part of that, did they consider other tabulation methods? Because as I'm sure you know, you can have ranked choice voting, but depending on the tabulation method, can produce different results. So what was the process for determining?
I do not have the answers to that. We would have to talk with the Department of Elections. So.
And we weren't, given that we were the first locality enabled to do this, our input wasn't solicited.
I think all localities are.
So Arlington, yes. So what Christian is referring to is there are 2 code sections that allow for ranked choice voting in the state code. One of them is in 15.2, which is under the county manager plan of government, and that was passed 1 year before the section in 24.2. So Arlington County was granted this authorization a year prior to the rest of the state receiving it. Once again, these regulations are open for public comment. So if there is, yeah, they can be, if we are unhappy with the inclusive Gregory method, then, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure that I have a method that I would prefer, just knowing that math can influence the results, and I'd be curious to know the body of literature and analysis that went into determining why a particular method is preferable to
Yeah,
others.
I'm happy to reach out to the Department of Elections, to their policy analyst who's worked on it, and see what, yeah.
And so I've got, I think, a ton on this.
No, you're fine.
But beyond tabulation, I think the next area I just want to get at a little bit. Can you explain a little bit more, without getting too technical, why our machines can only do 3?
So the way voting machines work is, I know sometimes people, or I don't know how the public assumes we program elections, but the way it works is we enter the office, and then we set the parameters for that office, enter the candidates, and then the system generates the ballot image for us. So our system has only the capability to allow up to 3 rankings, and that's just the way their system was programmed to work. They are in the process of, once again, any changes made to voting system software has to be approved at both the federal and the state level, and that recertification process is lengthy and costly. So I would say they have other options in development, but we cannot predict when we would be able to use those in Virginia. So.
Thank you. And so the follow-up for that, I'm sure there are somewhere, because there are a million different permutations to this, but are there any other jurisdictions that you can study that limit the number of ranks that you can make?
So every jurisdiction except Australia limits the number of rankings you can make, and that's simply geometry. You can only have so many offices on a sheet of paper, or eventually the ballot becomes, and that's where every machine has an upper limit. It's just, and I have tried to identify research that classifies what is the acceptable upper limit. And I've talked to activists in the space, and no one seems to have an answer to this. So there are a lot of theories, there are a lot of opinions, but there is no data to support limiting the number of rankings, not limiting the number of rankings, yeah. Yeah.
So we'll go to Ms. Crystal, but I do have some more questions eventually on that, because I'm trying to understand if there's one race, if the Gregory method is different from other methods. I saw the Minnesota videos, great. I shared with colleagues there's another video that seems to start sort of not being inclined towards ranked choice voting. And I'm trying to understand the detail of that video vis-a-vis this Minnesota one.
Yeah.
With respect to multiple races, two choices. That's where there's some detail that I want to understand a little bit better.
There are several different tabulation schemes in these multi-choice, and even our software allots for two different ways to tabulate. I don't have all that information in front of me, but I'm happy to pull up the research. I do have a couple of sites that are very detailed in the options for tallying these multi-vote scenarios.
Got it. That'd be great to learn eventually. And at the same time, you don't want to understand it, but not get too worried about the details, so you're not seeing the big picture of how this is done. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you for the presentation. And today I learned that we had that bill passed a year before. With respect to its patron, I have to imagine was effectively meaningless, because until there was the state system and they had promulgated their rules, Arlington really had no ability to implement this.
The Department of Elections was unaware that that code section existed in 15.2.
Okay.
Because that's our chapter. There's no other. Yes.
Just to be clear, that's the clock by which some people in our community believe we have failed to act.
I have to say, this gives me much greater understanding of why people think we are way overdue on this. So there is no meaningful way we could have acted prior to the new law taking effect this July. Very helpful. So one question actually about that kind of interface with the state. I want to make sure I understand. You were saying that the new election management system for Virginia is not going to be ready until the the general election of 2022 versus the
Yeah,
primary.
July 1st, 2022.
So does that effectively mean, that means we could still tabulate a ranked choice primary in Arlington? It's just that it wouldn't be published on the Virginia Board of Elections webpage?
Yes, I have no way of reporting those results in the system that they use. Does that make sense?
I think so, but what I want to understand is what is you not being able to report mean for voters who want to follow along? Does that mean we really couldn't even get the results of the election, or the results of the election could not be published on the Virginia Board of
The
Election
tools
page?
that are in use where I type in results election night, those tools will not accommodate ranked choice voting.
Okay.
There are lots of ways to publish results.
Okay.
And achieving results is not the issue. It's
Got it.
more, we've got a middleman in the process that's not going to accommodate ranked choice voting.
Okay.
But there are other tools that, and for all we know, maybe a pilot version of this new system could be ready to go. It's just one of those negotiations that we'll still need to work out with the Department of Elections.
Got it. So we could potentially come up with some way if we ask people to go to Arlington Votes webpage to find the information, but I do understand the sensitivity. Okay. Well, I will maybe hold out some hope that maybe a pilot could be available. I've found, like you have in my experience, certainly with the two delegates, one of them being Aaron Patrick Hope, behind this, as well as the Virginia Board of Election, a lot of appetite to work with Arlington, because I think we are the jurisdiction in the state that is furthest along in this. And so if there's some way we can get over that hurdle. I'm cognizant of Ms. Garvey's comments, which I think are a really good one at a time when people are very skeptical of voting systems. Anything that is outside of the norm can attract new attention. And so I could imagine if people can't get what feels like accurate data to them on the Virginia Board of Elections webpage, that's a real concern for us when we think about how to.
I think, so ranked choice voting was used in the nomination process that the Republican Party used to choose their nominees for governor, lieutenant governor, and attorney general this year. And VPAP, I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, but the Virginia Public Access Project did a really great way of displaying the rounds and the data in a way that was very transparent. You knew exactly where the votes were, where they were coming from. So I would say there are models that have been used in Virginia, and this method has been used to choose the nominee on the ballot this November.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's actually really helpful. One of the things I'm also thinking about is, and maybe you can give me some questions or some insight on this from what you've learned from other jurisdictions writ large, and then I want to dig into specifically about like what the landscape of legislative possibilities might be for getting the school board added to this. The first is, I cannot imagine we would be the only system or locality that has multiple candidates, but sure, any locality that has this and votes for president in the United States, right? Are there any best practices? Have you seen instances of confusion when voters are sort of voting for one office with one methodology and another office with ranked choice voting?
I have not read any studies that discuss this. So I have heard that when I have mentioned this idea that we have to have two separate sets of instructions and the offices have to be on two different sheets of paper, some people have said that that's not a best practice. There's no reason to do that. But I have not read any. Once again, this is very new, so there hasn't been a great deal of hard academic research on a lot of these methodologies.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And one of the things, this is incredibly specific, but when you were describing the 3 ballot pages, I must admit that my fiscal responsibility radar went off. It was like, oh, we're going to double our budget for printing ballots. If we were able to vote in Arlington for school board with the ranked choice method, would that allow us to go back to 2 ballot pages?
No, because it's anytime there are questions on the ballot order states that its candidates come before questions. So without changing the ballot order to create a ranked choice voting exemption, but as long as they want ranked choice voting on a separate sheet of paper or on a separate side of a sheet of paper, it has to be its own side.
I see. And then the questions have to follow.
Yes, that's the order now. If the questions could come before these ranked choice voting offices, then there's the potential of having everything on the front page and then the ranked choice voting offices on the back page that could produce a 17-inch ballot rather than an 11-inch ballot.
And our machines could accommodate that?
Yeah. they can accommodate up to 17 inches.
I mean, I think it'd be worth it for us to kind of collect some of these pieces as we learn and maybe ask Delegate Hope, again, who sponsored this, to sort of carry an administrative cleanup bill for us, right? Because this will have a real fiscal impact. Okay, so to just follow up on that, and then I'll yield back to the chair. I think I had more questions. Have we heard any thoughts from the state, or I suppose I haven't, from the from the sponsors of the legislation about why school boards were excluded? It seems to me like this might be an attractive way, if we're going to elect offices, to elect all of local offices.
I do not have any, I've not heard any. Yeah, Matt, I have a theory, but we'll see if Matt.
Yeah, well, again, I defer to the county attorney, but currently the conventional wisdom is that school board races, parties cannot nominate candidates for school board races. They could obviously be elected in the general election. So right now, as the law is set up, ranked choice voting could be done probably in the general for school board races, but probably not in primary because they're not nominated. So,
Okay.
yeah, so it's oddly bifurcated, but
Yeah.
I haven't heard any reason why it wasn't included, but right now, parties cannot nominate school board members.
Right.
So they can't use ranked choice voting to nominate school board members.
My assumption is it's just a legislative oversight.
Okay.
So,
Well,
Well, I think it's a really important point here, and it's the one our chair made, which is we can decide the right form of election that we want for general elections. And then we can decide what our preference is for primaries. But whether there is a primary that uses ranked choice voting is not up to us. Because
Well-
there may not be a primary at all if the parties don't prefer it.
so the way, and this is, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way that would, so my understanding of the ordinance, it would have to state whether this applies to primaries or general elections, and then the parties would not have a choice. If it's in the ordinance that the county board is selected for a primary election using ranked choice voting, then the party doesn't have a choice.
Right, but the party would still have a choice about whether they
Yes,
use a primary
correct.
or another method
Correct.
of, sure, right,
Yeah,
right.
they could choose to run a primary using ranked choice voting, or they
Or
could
no
run
primary at
their
all.
own nomination
Yep.
event.
Yeah,
So,
but I think it's just such an important point, because I think we have to be a little cautious when we say ranked choice for primaries or generals. It's not fully up to us, right? It's fully up to us whether a primary is ranked choice or not, but whether or not there is a primary is not within our sphere. of
no,
influence.
there's no reason to assume that ranked choice voting in the general would eliminate a primary. That's not something anybody in this room has the decision over.
Okay, thank you.
and I think it's important, just because one thing I remember from my election law class was that the two parties had made it very, very difficult to limit their association rights, and so that's certainly a challenge. I guess I did have, I'd be interested, maybe a follow-up place with our legislative lead is to, my impression of the school boards were seen as such a desire to keep them out of partisan issues. So I'm worrying and wondering, without trying to worry too much, but that making that addition for school board, I'm not persuaded at this second that our legislature in Richmond would be willing to just add school boards to that. But that's certainly a question. We have Mr. McGeer.
Yes, thank you very much.
Oh, turn it on.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you very much. I've been with you since 4 o'clock on the way from Roanoke. I think I can help on the question about the school board. That was very intentional by the General Assembly when they passed the enabling legislation back in 1993 to restore to Arlington, particularly the authority which it had for a time back in the 1950s to elect school board members. It was clear that that was the only way that Delegate Brickley, who was a patron of that bill from Prince William County, the only way that the General Assembly was going to, again, allow school boards to be elected anywhere is if they were not subject to party nomination. And my sense is that the General Assembly likes it that way, and it would be a huge leap to add the ranked choice voting. I can say I think it should, but it was
I'm so sorry, I just want to make sure I'm tracking. The question was school board
Yes.
ranked choice in general elections? do we have a sense of why if the General Assembly has a strong point of view on whether
Okay,
general election school?
I'm with you. All right, okay. On that direct point, I don't recall any discussion whatsoever about it. It was purely with respect to the governing body, and my sense is that, consistent with what I was saying about how the bill allowing the elected school boards back in the first place passed, that I think that there would be a huge legislative leap to add them to this. And there's some members of the General Assembly who would like to repeal the authority for localities to elect them because they don't like who's been elected. And then when you're finished with this point, Mr. Chairman, if I could have just a minute at the end for a very brief comment on the legislative districts, that may be helpful.
Sure. Well, thank you for that context, Ed, but also for you clarifying the question, Ms. Crystal. I know we'll have additional questions. Mr. Karantonis, then I'll have additional questions eventually. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Most of the territory has been covered already. This is a good discussion. Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask a couple of things in addition to everything that was discussed so far. The first is, do we have an idea how many voters don't choose to vote on the local side of the ballot? I'm trying to figure out, how much risk is in, in
I don't
the
have that
three
data on hand, but yes, that's the residual vote. How that's normally determined is we can see how many votes were cast in an office and then how many undervotes were there. So how many people did not choose to vote in that office. And we will have that data.
And with the current scanning software, the ranked choice ballot has to be scanned separately, or being on its own page.
No, there are no technical limitations requiring that ranked choice voted office to appear on its own page. That's a regulation that's come from the Department of Elections.
So we couldn't design a ballot that would be, back and forth, one sheet.
We absolutely can design a ballot. The ballot this November is two-sided,
Yes.
one on either side. It's the matter of ballot order for the offices on the ballot. And in code, it states that all of the offices have to be on the ballot and the questions after the offices. What the Department of Elections has done is they have asked for the ranked choice voting office to appear on its own sheet of paper. So that means
They have asked.
Yes, so that's in the draft regulations for how this office should appear on the ballot, is any ranked choice voting offices need to be on their own sheet of paper, currently in the proposed regulations. Keep in mind, these are still proposed regulations. They have not been adopted by the State Board of
So
Elections.
this is mostly a regulatory issue?
Yes.
Not a technical issue?
It's not
That's
a
what I'm
technical
after.
issue.
Okay.
It's just what's in the regulations.
Okay, so it's fixable
Yes,
without spending $2 million.
yeah.
Okay. The second thing is, if we decided to have more than 3 ranks, that would mean that, you said that would mean that we would have to change the software or the hardware as well?
The hardware, the entire system.
entire
I think
system.
it's good to, I like to think of voting systems kind of like a bus system or the Metro-L system. If we were to change voting systems, we've got to go to a completely new series. We're going to have to change everything about everything we do. Elections, from the ballots, the programming, the training for election officers. It's a full system. You don't just buy an individual unit or a piece of software.
Last question, it is, there is no question that that I agree with Mr. Weinstein, the heavy lift is indeed the voter education. So have you had the opportunity to talk with the political parties here in Arlington, get their input already on this? Is that something that you would like to do? Would it be helpful?
I have not had any conversations with the chairs of the political parties regarding ranked choice voting.
Okay.
And I, for one, would encourage that you not.
Okay.
I understand your point. I think they ought to be a part of the conversation, but not with the electoral board. I think if whatever comes from what we do has to absolutely include them, but I would be really concerned if all of a sudden there was even the appearance that political parties were influencing the work of the electoral board.
I was just
Sure.
considering them as actors in the political,
I get your
you
point.
know,
Yeah.
so that's just due diligences.
Just the locus of that conversation can be outside of the electoral board, would be my recommendation.
And I'm quite confident that we would hear from those members of our public, and I do think it's important, but your point that perhaps Ms. Reinmeyer and the electoral board might not be the great locus or place for the conversation. Ms. Garvey.
Oh, thank you. Just a couple of things, just to check that I'm understanding correctly. So with the equipment we have now, we could handle 3 different choices. If we want to go to more than that, we got to change everything out. We're going to be changing everything out anyway in 2025, according to plans. Is that correct?
We would review the system at that point in time and see if it makes sense to purchase a new system. With technology, every 10 years, you want to review everything just to see if there's anything else in the marketplace. Is it still meeting your needs? So.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, I don't know where my colleagues are, even makes any sense. It's popped into my head, right? That maybe we move forward with 3, but we don't move to more until we're going to be getting that equipment replaced anyway, and maybe we've got, things sort of stabilized a bit. Question about, back to this, the tabulation process, which is fascinating me, that depending on the process, the winners come out differently. That worries me for confidence and all kinds of reasons. The State Board of Elections, they have to decide on the tabulation method, you said, and when are they doing that?
So that is in Virginia code. The State Board of Elections has choose to exercise their option to draft tabulation rules. And they have drafted proposed rules. Those were open for public comment through August. And they're still proposed, and I don't know when they'll be, when the State Board will take them up next, but they are available on Town Hall. I do have a copy available that I can make available to
Thank you.
everyone as well.
But we really have nothing to do with them. Is that
Short
correct?
of, yeah, short of we can make public comment, or we can, I mean, since it is a public process, anybody can choose to speak to the State Board or appear at one of their meetings, either in person or virtually, to make comment on these regulations.
Okay, because this feels like a very difficult sort of issue, so that's not every jurisdiction is going to be responsible. The state's going to decide, and then once they decide, we do have to do that, although we can weigh in ahead of time.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And and I don't want to speak for the state, but they could have left the option up to the locality to decide, but they chose to specify. So.
Probably good that they didn't. I mean, I can see the first election where it comes out and then somebody who lost can prove that if you tabulated it this way, our candidate would have, anyway, I'm processing all of this. Thank you.
So you've raised some implementation questions for me. I guess I feel like there's a couple of things that I just sort of like to share thoughts. One, and probably most important, we have a significant, certainly this has been discussed in Arlington by residents and in some of the local press, and there's been an eagerness. The fact that there were 2 pieces of legislation and regulations needed to implement this is relevant to me. There's certainly many who support ranked choice voting. We did receive on the 2nd, just a few days ago, from the Civic Federation, a request to hold off on final consideration, support for the work session, but hold off on final consideration of ranked choice voting until their task force in governance and election reform, Tiger Group as it's called, gets a chance to look at holistically at a number of other reforms. And so I just think it's important to bring that into our conversation. With respect to New York City, I don't think it was the tabulation that was.
New York City so the issues started with the special election earlier this year. And then in the primary, there were some issues with tabulation, and their initial results that they released, they included ballots that had been scanned during a testing session, so they were not actual ballots included in the election, and this did affect the initial round results. They have a 10-day window to accept mail ballots, so they were delayed in getting results released to candidates, and the Electoral Board didn't have communication plan in place for when they intended to release subsequent round results. So like I said, it has been, if you're following that, it's a lesson, and there are a lot of lessons in what can be done better, so.
Got it, certainly. I never had quite thought about how quickly you hope that, but for this election, how quickly you hope that results occur.
Yeah.
And I don't think, I'd never, considered that quite as much as after the 2020 presidential election. The 2 million is a relevant piece. For me, the alternative website for reporting is relevant. My impression is that no matter how much you plan during an election, something, it's not easy to predict everything that could occur in all 54 precincts. And so I feel like I have some implementation concerns for when we would do this over the coming years. I also have concerns, being concrete, about county board elections. The Gregory method I have concerns about vis-a-vis the other methods of counting. And, I want to slow it down and really understand it. I think that this would most impact when we have 2 board positions next on the ballot if we were to adopt. And so, I'm interested a little bit in a pilot. I'm aware of the cost. I tend to lean towards doing this with respect to primaries. 3 candidates for a general doesn't feel, you might have 4, which, we do often. So that's sort of where I am at the moment, and I want to do a good chunk more speaking and thinking about this. And I also am mindful our community is both eager and also has thoughts about the school board, which we certainly can have opinions on. We also want to engage the school board as well in that process. But there are a lot of moving pieces for me, and so that's kind of where I am. I want to give other colleagues a chance to ask questions and wrap up and whatever we need to do. Mr. Dorsey, and then back to you, Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you all for the due diligence and the work that you've done to get us thus far and really unpacking and understanding this. I think it's extremely helpful. And, at least from my mind, it's almost like this is the handoff. You say, all right, look, we've done the work. Now you all figure it out. And, among the things that we need to figure out are, what are we trying to solve? Like, what's the policy decision that we're trying to effectuate here? I think one of the enlightening but also distressing things, if you review the literature on voting systems, no one's created the perfect one yet to solve all problems, right? People who are searching for the perfect system to ensure that there's no gamespersonship, no spoiler effects, no, less negative campaigning, less all of the deleterious things that we see about elections. There is no system. So whatever you choose, whatever you get, you have to just make sure it works for whatever it is you're trying to accomplish. And I think there's a lot of work that we can lead in trying to suss that out, and whatever we end up doing will reflect, hopefully, solving some sort of a policy issue. I will have to say, Mr. Chair, I have to think a little bit about the whole primary thing, because one of the real benefits of RCV, as I've seen it in places like Cambridge, are in allowing people who may not necessarily be privileged in a primary system to nonetheless present themselves for candidacy, to have a period of time for which to run and to be considered amongst everybody else without having to go through that intermediate bar. And I'm still having to figure out, well, okay, how does that work in a system like New York that upholds the primary system? But even beyond that, I'm not really sure why we as the county board should tell a party how they should conduct the primary. Like, why don't we talk to them and have them tell us that? Like, I don't really want to spend much time thinking about how a party should conduct a primary. Let them tell us. Of course, the general is entirely within our bailiwick and consideration, but for that, I'm almost like, why spend a whole lot of time thinking about how a party should conduct a primary? That should ultimately be up to them. Sure. Anyway, leave it at that. Thank you.
Well, so for me, I had thought, and it could be wrong, that we would need to take and pass the ordinance in order to if we if we wanted that to occur, we would need to pass an ordinance in order to take the state law and specify. And that's the reason, not so much wanting to get in the midst of that, but
No, I think that's right. And if they tell us, yeah, sure, RCV for primaries, then fine, it's added on. But I'm just concerned about making that decision for parties.
sure. That's certainly fair. Good, on this one.
I think,
Ms. Crystal and then Ms. Garvey, thank you.
Well, and thinking too in the realm of next steps, I just, on that particular note, my general point of view, and I really appreciate Mr. Dorsey, you just sort of reminding us, why are we at this table discussing RCV? And I think as I've made clear before, I am a big supporter of it. I think it does lead to much healthier campaigns and conversations, reduces spoiler effects and so forth. And I think improves people's sense of efficacy. If your second choice is on the county board making decisions on your behalf, even if your first choice isn't, I think that increases your tie to and your hopefully faith in government. And so I think just for my purposes, I'm not sure if we think that RCV is a good thing, why it wouldn't be a good thing in primaries and generals. And so, I think the important thing is we should determine what's right for the general. That's our main job, as you've noted. But trying to come up with something where we have, because we do have to set the ordinance about how parties or how partisan primaries will be played out and tabulated. We have to have some opinion on that. And so I guess I'm just a little unclear why we would think that the form of voting and tabulation that works for the general does not work for the primary, if it is in fact a healthy one for our community. The only question I have, just sort of as we think about next steps, because as you both alluded, we have a lot of people in the community who have strong opinions, from why didn't you implement this yesterday to we love it but slow your roll until you can consider the other things CivFed is doing, to let's get it done for 2022. And so I'm looking forward to hearing from folks. Could you, as the electoral board and registrar, give us some insight if we wanted this to go into effect for 2022? When would we need to pass that resolution that you described, indicating that this would be the practice of Arlington County?
So in the regulations, I think that it has to be specified. I can't remember if it's either 60 or 90 days before the election. So it is best practices just in terms of elections to not change the rules of an election midstream. So candidates can file to run for office on January 2nd of the year of the November election. So if we don't want to change the rules of the election midstream for any candidates, ideally it would be in place prior to January of that year. But once again, the regulations state, and I can't remember if it's either 60 or 90 days before the election, 60 days before the election.
Okay, great. So by law, 60 to 90 days, or 60 days by best practice before January 1st?
Yeah.
Or 2nd, okay, thanks.
But that's open to interpretation. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Mr. Weinstein?
Yeah, and then for the electoral board, if we have to take any action to implement any decision made by the registrar or you, we just do that upon notice, like any other board meeting. So we don't have monthly meetings. We just meet as necessary. So that's how we would do it.
Sure. Ms. Garvey?
yeah, it's interesting. I think both of my colleagues go in the same place where I was about to go. I said, why are we doing this again? So I think that, and I think our voters are going to want to know that. So, and I certainly understand that the spoiler issue, I think, makes a whole lot of sense, as does the maybe getting campaigns to be a little bit nicer. But listening then to the conversation afterwards, so I'm wondering, parties can choose whether they're going to do a caucus, or some kind of whatever, the general term is for that kind of gathering of people, a caucus or an election. Why couldn't they also decide whether they want to do a caucus, straight up election, or this ranked choice? Couldn't they? Would that be possible for them to decide? Because that, I think it is appropriate, and it's not appropriate for us to tell parties how they're going to decide. And I don't, if we could offer that option, you see what I'm saying? That would make sense. I don't know if that's possible.
I believe if you choose a primary, you have to use the state system for the primary.
Is that how it works?
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I don't know. Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
If the taxpayer pays for that,
Yep.
it has to go with MEPO.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, the schedule, Ms. Garvey, with respect to the ability of the primary, the power of the parties to choose the method, they need to file. It's generally between the middle of March and the middle of April. Mm-hmm. And so I do think, I agree with Gretchen, that to give due notice, that by the first of the year would be fair. so that the parties could have time to plan their meetings and decide, do they want to have a primary or do they want to have a convention, as the Republicans call it more often recently, a canvass, in advance. So you'd have in effect a year's worth of activities that would be known.
Yeah, and
go
then just Member Garvey's point, parties can choose to have ranked choice voting, but it can't be for a primary, for the point you made, Mr. Chairman. So for the Arlington Democrats, they used ranked choice voting for county board nomination last year. It wasn't a primary, it was a closed caucus. And the Republicans did it this year for the statewide candidates as well. So they can choose to do that, but if it's a primary, it has to follow the state's vote tabulation method.
Unless we pass an ordinance.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah,
Got it.
okay, thank you. We could probably talk a lot about this forever. I think I'll hold for now, but thank you. This has been really, really helpful. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And I know Mr. McGeary's got some comments he wants to make too.
Sure. Mr. McGeary, I have a couple of things, but you go ahead. Go first.
Yes, on the redistricting, yes, thanks very much. Again, I appreciated the link Gretchen sent so I could tune in as I was on the way here. And with respect to the discussion on the primary schedule for the General Assembly, I was with a group of 4 members of the majority party in the Senate just the other day, and their expectation is that there will be lawsuits, particularly if the districts are drawn by the Supreme Court. Could also happen if they don't do that and the final word is held by the Redistricting Commission with the support of the General Assembly. I think it's worth mentioning that that primary schedule could be significantly different from what you're used to. It usually is in this General Assembly redistricting year, either in August or September. 10 years ago, it was, if I recall the date correctly, it was August 23rd, which I remember because it was the day of the earthquake.
That's right. That's right.
And our office shook, but we stayed open, as Gretchen knows. And also, just thought it was worth mentioning in response to Mr. Caratonis' excellent point about it being a major change to have a different number of General Assembly members. Maybe worth mentioning that this has happened before. And again, it's from my memory, in 1961, Arlington had 1 senator, and his name was Charles Fenwick, after whom the county board named Fenwick Center. Let's see, at least Mr. Dorsey recalls. In 1971, we went up to 2. It was roughly half and half for the county. 1991 went up to 3. 2001 went down to 2. And then 2011 went back up to 3. In the House of Delegates, 1961, we had 4 at-large throughout the entire county, same as the county board. In 1971, it went to 3.5. And in those days, there was something called a floater seat. And that enabled another member to represent Arlington. In our case, the floater seat was all of Alexandria and all of Arlington. And the winner of that contest won it by 27 votes. And then in 1981, we went down to 3. And then most recently have been up at 4. So it's varied. It could go up again 10 years from now. But it depends on the population and who's in the General Assembly. Hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. McGeary. Yes, Mr. Dorsey?
I think Mr. Caratonis.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm floored, Mr. McGeary. I mean, that's a very big variation. This oscillates a lot. I mean, I come from a more stable political culture, and and that would be amazing. I mean, in a generation, you would have like 3 or 4 radical changes of your representation in the state House and Senate.
Also, one last thing I just thought of on the average length of wait time. My predecessor on the electoral board, former delegate Alan Harrison, remembers standing in line in Madison Precinct in 1960 in that heavy presidential vote for those days for an hour and a half. So it's a whole lot better, thanks in large part to Gretchen and my colleagues.
Yes.
Anyway, just to answer Ms. Crystal's question, why am I on this table? Because of RCV, so that's not a question. That's an important. I've experienced how the system works, of course, within the limits of the democratic primary process, but it is really it's politically a very interesting process. But I can tell you already,
Caucus.
it's also mathematically an interesting process too. I am not familiar with the Gregory method, to be honest with you. I understood more or less what was going on there. I just haven't gone through the alternatives, etc. I also know that some, there are cities and jurisdictions that adopted the system with success, others with less so. We had also some who opted out of the system at some point. What I am, if there is one core concern is, the dissonance between the school board election and the county board election. This is really not optimal. This will create a lot of questions with the voter. People just don't understand that. And that's something that probably needs to be fixed, or we have to look into a fix. Now, that said, the education that has to be provided along with any reform here is a huge undertaking in order to keep voters engaged, keep voters voting, I am right now on the ballot. I have a very active interaction with the voters every day. I can see that, and I can see how much it takes to actually educate voters on the process, on their options, on their representation, and actual issues. So that we have work cut out for us here, and I hope that we will be in timely. In a place where we can implement in a wise and appropriate way, so that fair representation is really critical, but it has to be also informed, and it has to include everybody. The hard-to-reach communities, we keep repeating that. The hard-to-reach communities is not an easy thing, and we have seen that with far more elemental and basic things like getting them vaccinated or testing for COVID, etc. That was a heavy lift already.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Mr. Dorsey? The best you
Yeah,
do.
I just wanted to just highlight again the work that we need to do in addition to figuring out what we're trying to solve, how we're going to do it. I do think that the tabulation method is also worthy of some inquiry on our part. I mean, ranked choice voting, instant runoff is a generic term, but it's applied in a way in New York City that we just saw a couple of months ago. It's applied in a different way in tabulating the Academy Awards. It's applied a different way in determining the Heisman Trophy winner. I don't yet have an understanding of which of those is best, why it's best. Should we seek to look to have that adopted for Arlington? I know it's weird and wonky, but the math, as Mr. Karantonis just said, does matter. And what we might be familiar with is having a decent outcome. Well, maybe there's a better one, or maybe there's a worse. I don't know. It's just I don't know how we're gonna handle which one we really adopt if we're going to have this in Arlington.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. So I'm thinking of the history of the Texas and Virginia Democratic parties, which used multiple different ways to disenfranchise folks for 100 years. And then I'm thinking of the different values that we are seeking, the problem we are trying to fix. So there's avoiding negative campaigning, having representation. Many in our community have said, we don't just want one party, and we can name that as having that representation as a second ideal. But for me, it would help understanding the math and then lifting up and identifying the values we want in our elections, because there's packing and cracking. Those are two names for different things you do in election. So I don't know how best to get this, but I do feel as though it might be helpful for us to engage with a manager and you, Ms. Breinmeyer, to see if we can get an expert just to talk to us for a little bit, maybe in 2-by-2 meetings to understand this. And I think I should name just one other thing, which is all of us who are sitting here like it when more human beings vote in Arlington. And so the primaries have had a lot more people voting in them than caucuses. And we all have taken public positions in favor of primaries. And that includes, we had trouble because of the pandemic, but ways we can get more people to vote are critical. And Ms. Reinmeyer, you and your predecessors have done an amazing job of that. And I think it's relevant to say you can vote tomorrow between 8 and 5 here, and there are many other opportunities. I don't know if you want to just describe those briefly or any closing comments, Ms. Reinmeyer.
Well, I'll start with what everybody should do this weekend is check that their voter registration is accurate and up to date. We'll start with that. You won't be able to vote in this election if your registration is not accurate. And one of the biggest issues that we're seeing in registration right now is people think you need a Virginia driver's license to vote, and they can't get that DMV appointment, so they think they aren't going to be allowed to vote. I would like to dispel that rumor. You can registered vote in person at our office. You can download an application from our website and drop it off at the drop box outside this building. The deadline to register is October 12th, and we will be open on Columbus Day, October 11th. Free parking over here. There's no excuses. Stop by and register to vote if you haven't done so yet. And then, so in terms of voting for this election, we do only have one early voting site open right now that is located here in this building at 2100 Clarendon Boulevard. We are open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. You can still, we will expand hours and locations on Saturday, October 23rd. We will open at Walter Reed Community Center and Madison Community Center. We will be open 9 to 5 on Saturday, 11 to 3 that Sunday. And then during the week, we'll be open 2 to 7, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then we'll open that last Saturday at all 3 locations from 9 to 5 again. And then you can, if you are still not comfortable voting in person, you can request a mail ballot, and the ballot will, and you can do that up until October. I don't have the deadline on hand. 11 days before the election.
11 days before
22nd.
November. Okay.
It's October 22nd. So.
Well, I think that's a great note to end on. Perhaps it's also worth hearkening back to the hundreds and hundreds of volunteers who spent so much time getting so many people the opportunity to vote in 2020. And we are all in support of everyone. Make your choice. Don't let anybody else take your choice for you. So thank you very much to Mr. Weinstein, Ms. McGeary, Mr. McGeary, and also to you, Ms. Reinmeyer. And with that, we will, I'll need to make a motion. We're going to convene in a closed meeting on the topic of ranked choice voting. We talked about, Mr. Dorsey, we identified next steps. We'll work on those next steps, and very grateful for colleagues and our public for listening in and engaging on this issue. The motion, I move that the County Board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A1 and 3 for 2 discussions regarding the acquisition of real property for a public purpose and the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, and also for discussion of a personnel matter regarding candidates for appointment by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We're in closed session. We ready? Yep. Okay. Back from closed session, and I need to make the following motion, and then we'll do a roll call vote. I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia were discussed, and only such matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes.
Ms. Crystal? Yes. Mr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Ms. Garvey? Aye. Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
With that, colleagues, we are adjourned. Thank you.